Good morning. And 6250 still upside resistance. Yep. Could be sub resistance at 5705 to the upside on SPX. Not a ton, but a little bit. Sold puts 5700, 5695. Got some bot calls that open at 90. Still have bot puts at 85 and 75. So Bull's trying to push this up a little bit, but gamma negative at spot. Gamma also negative at 5700. If AMG is over 163, is it nullified? No, especially not at market open like this. It's just bouncing to the higher gamma where the sold calls are. Not particularly worried about it. Did this yesterday morning too. SPX moving back towards support at 90, 85. Bunch of bot puts at 5660, 30, 5600. They get it towards 156.83. I want to see if Amazon bounces back a little bit after dropping so sharply at open. Although it does kind of look shitty. Services PMI in 4 minutes. Yep. S&P services PMI in 4 minutes, which is expected to contract moderately. Q tickling 20K. Nvidia's up 3% overnight. The news. Oh, they invested in Chat GPT. This is money laundering at this point. No, it doesn't. I don't think the AMD had any news. Major resistance on AMD at 65. And Q's outperforming a little bit. Dow and Russell are down pretty hard. Looks like SPX might push down to 80, depending on the data. Ooh, it's a bit more contraction than expected in composite, but services is only a bit lower than expected. Not great, though. Still missed. Oh no, Carvana's going to 200. Really? The Russell does not look like it's doing very well right now. Carvana's down a little bit. Not enough. I don't know. I haven't looked. Excellent. Probably gonna keep shopping till ISM. Unless we slip 90. I guess we could slip 90. Oop. Someone's opened big out of the money fucking spreads again. 5,600, 5,590. Interesting. Nvidia pushing 23. Is that squeezing out any of the short calls? A little bit at 20. Resistance is at 25 on Nvidia. Felt weird without the morning starts. Yeah. On the way to 80 with that news. What's on the way to 80? No, with S&P PMIs? No. You're wait for ISM. Bulls didn't get bullish news, so they're just going to hold the price here until they do. Well, at least they're trying. $10 till ISM comes in. Tech pump is kind of holding up too. Russell and Dow are getting actually fucking slaughtered though. RSP's down 72 points. And most of tech not doing very well. It's really just AVGO, AMD, and Nvidia. Oh, CrowdStrike's up 26 points. Amazon's down 1%. Microsoft's still going down 0.18. Apple's down 0.22. AMD doesn't have a lot of support though. Its only support is to the downside is like 160, 250. Nvidia has a decent amount of support between spot and 120. You said something yesterday about how short vol was shorting into long vol demand. Yeah. So they're trying to lever up the short vol carry trade, but they're reinverting the yield curve, which is driving demand on. Well, that's part of what's driving demand on long vol. Everyone went long bonds, right? When the Fed cut. And so all those bond portfolios need to be hedged. We have like VIX 3-month over VX, so they're in backwardation. Where'd you get the AMD puts for the 24th Thurs? What? What does that mean? So Todd's just paddling up the VIX stream with no paddle. Yeah. I suppose that's one way of thinking about it. Nope, bounced on 90. Game is kind of flat between like 85 and 5,700. So we can just kind of bounce around here until a direction is picked. There's not a lot stopping us going up like $10 or down $10. So big candles. Flat gamma. Flamma. Best to wait for AMD sub 162.50 to enter. Could be. One 163 is the confirmation. $5,700 resistance. See if that holds up. Okay, yeah, it is. Hmm. 3 green stocks in the whole fucking index. Ooh, should I short PDD? $20.50. Video testing the sold call wall. Or AMD. What's the video doing? Nvidia still has like $2 more upside room. What's the sense for Amazon now? 185. Is it back at 185? No. Let's wait for the data. Bull's trying to get an edge before ISM services. Must think it's going to be good. Is Dollar Tree okay? I have no idea. No. It's definitely not. I remember when that first dropped off earlier this year, everyone was like, oh my god, buy the dip. I hate NVIDIA with a passion. Why? Because of its absurd ability to move indexes, because it's in every single fucking ETF on the planet. Tesla used to do the same thing. Yes, and Jensen's jacket. Their core customer can't even afford Dollar Tree. Or maybe that was Dollar General. I don't even know the difference. If data bad, where do you think? Got a pretty fucking clean path down to 5670. Then there's some support. Might be a little bit of support at 90 again, but I don't think it's very consequential. Ding. All right, let's see. ISM services 54.9 up, way up. Factory orders negative 0.2, way down. Factory orders X transportation -1. Business activity up. Business employment down. Ooh. Services employment is contracting. Services new orders 59.4. Services prices up. Awesome. So it's contracting and prices are up. Is that bullish? I don't think so. Maybe everyone's just getting replaced by AI. A little bit of positive gamma at 5705. Not much, but a bit. Slips back to negative under 5700. Event risk is out of the way. That employment number is not good. Services new orders is up. Services prices 59.4. It's the highest since April. One of the highest this year. So inflationary. Dun, 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 dun. Upside resistance of 57.15, which we tested. Almost. Need this, do I? No. It's yesterday's shit. If we lose 05, I'll get puts. Tomorrow's NFP. U.S. durable goods revised to 0. Factory orders negative from the previous 5%. Core durables revised to 0.5. Testing the long-term trend on futures here. This breaks up. I think I go long calls. Resistance at 25. Jesus, it's overpriced. Hmm. 63. 62. Let's sell the 65. Could this pump 30s or 40s? It could, yeah. 30 or 40. Tough. There's resistance here. Quite a bit of it. We did get above 57.10, which was the main resistance, but there's more at 25. Twenty is not much of a resistance. 25 is a big one. 35, 40 are also fairly large. Actually, don't give a shit about the employment data. I'm not sure we don't need to pull back a little bit to move higher. There's not a lot of support. AMD pumping because NVIDIA is. Sympathy. Unless Lisa Sue's inking deals with Sam Altman that I don't know about. But no, AMD has no news. Which gap? I don't think AMD has any open interest out here. There's not much at 67.50. Is a shitload of negative delta. Alright, so that's the upside resistance on that. If ES breaks higher, I want to go long. 57.98.75. AMD should be at resistance, but NVIDIA is not. NVIDIA still has another dollar it can pick up before it runs into a call wall. I don't know about ABGO. Microsoft moved slightly positive on the day. Apple's still down. Amazon's moving back to 85-ish, probably. It's going to be resistance on SPX at 25. But it should be able to push up into 25. How's dispersion doing? Yields are moving up again. Correlation's dropping on the 3 and the 1 month. Should be bullish for tech. VIX 3 month is coming down. Carry trade's getting levered up. Yen's about to test its monthly low. Nikkei's still down. Skew's still moving up. Should be in a good position to lever shit up here. AMD can slip back to 165 where support is. Then it's really a question of if it loses support. If it loses support, there's not much under 165. There's a little bit at 162, but it's not very supportive. careful that ES doesn't slip back to 57.10 or SPX. Let's see, bot calls and bot puts at 10. It's a decent amount of profit taking. Sold call wall at 57.25, but they're selling puts at 35. So 10 should be support. Let's see if they try to move things up again. Oop, no support at 10. Whoopsie. Back to 05. Interesting. Just straight back to GM. The fuck is that? Woof. I feel like that's gonna bounce super hard. That was a weird move. Short vol repositioning, maybe? Fucking Amazon dumped hard on that, too. Is that in a video? I think that was just everything. Yeah. Big V coming. We're not actually over GN. GN's like here now. Well, GN on the weekly is up here at like 57.15. So, still a lot of volatility, I think. Monthly GN's at 57.05. Support should be at 5,700, which is kind of where we found it. We'll see if this keeps tracking back up. Looks like some of the deeper out of the money short vol pulled back on the bounce. So like sub 56.70. They might roll that up. So careful, this could still be bullish despite the profit taking. That was kind of fucking crazy though. Still resistance at 10.15. Biden said he comes from a middle class family. Nice. I mean, he's from what, Delaware or some shit, right? Do they have rich people there? War? Biden said a thing. War. Oh, interesting. Oh, we still have these. Bulls are building support at 5705. And there's not that much negative gamma at 5710. Gamma on the total chain is positive here still. So things are pretty flat up to 25. All right, what's Biden going on about? We're discussing Israel striking Iran oil facilities. Oh, okay, fantastic. Yeah, the market didn't like that. The fuck is GN? GN is 570553. Oh, okay, so that's actually perfect. It's 571404. Hmm. Gamma goes negative at 5703. Some bot puts at 5710. Son of a bitch. $95 is also support. We lost it. Hmm. Bull's just gonna let all their positioning get squeezed out? I don't think so. Yeah, so if CTAs on oil get squeezed, that should be somewhat bullish for S&P. Not great for tech, though. Might just be stabilizing for S&P. See if they keep trying to short vol here or they give up. They need to regain 5,700. Doesn't look great. Okay. Tech's still got a little bit of something. Maybe. They built up a lot of bullish positioning. So I don't know if they're all going to let it go just because Biden's talking about striking Iranian oil facilities with Israel. There's a big difference between talking about the thing and the thing. Data wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't bad. There's aspects of the data which aren't good, right? Like the employment. But, I mean, services broadly is expanding, right? And quite a lot. Factory orders are shit, but I'm not sure anyone actually cares. It's possible that more weakness and breadth leaves the market prone to volatility, but I mean, the data should be positive for tech. Bulls started to reposition right before that announcement too, so they left trapped positioning like 5,700, 5,705, some out at like 30 and 35. They were getting ready for big pumpies. So they're going to have to bail on all of that if we drop more here. Hmm. Maybe one more little rescue mission. Well, at least they're trying right now. What's going on with forward yield on vol? Oof, correlation's breaking down. Selling the 90 put still. I don't know if they have a handle on this. There's still a lot of volume on NQ. I would say even if they get the pump, probably lower high. Can I lower my cost basis on this a bit? Yeah, it's better. Cut the fucker if it drops again. Support's still at 90. Even to the downside is getting steeper. Mm. I'm gonna have to cut this. Hmm. Those are trying to find support. It's just I'm not doing a great job at it. No problem. Mikey Sue Juris. When bears attack, and they're not really, which is the only reason I'm still holding these fucking calls. Those bulls are still really aggressively selling puts and trying to dig themselves out of this hole. It is a hole though. And if they can't get to the upside of 95, it's still going to be a problem. Looks like they've got a little bit of support built up. Let's see if they short the vol down. The fucking spike in oil is insane. 4%. Okay, a little bit of traction. Okay, they are going to try to save all their bullshit. Awesome. Thanks, bulls. I'm really careful here though. They might just get their shit in the money and fucking close it all. And they get most of that shit in the money above 57.05. Big fucking gaps. Okay, so they got a little bit of positive gamma here. Not much. Basically just a fucking zero. If they can lever up one more time, they might be able to grab their positioning above GN. Risky. Come on, put your backs into it. There you go. So one more puts at 5,700, 5,705. Lift with your legs, Gherkin. Kids retesting VWAP. Precarious. Check woof. Not right now. The fuck is that? Petco Health and Wellness? Huh. It's at 57.15. Still trying to fill the gap. Okay. There's the 85 test. They still didn't clear out their positioning. And moves to the upside from here can be just as fast. We're not below DN. Well, not yet. We did test it. Yeah, DN's at 85. Moved up pretty hard yesterday. 85.69. This is our first test of it today, so it could bounce off of it. I don't like the lower low, but the consolidation's kind of bullish, and bulls still have trapped out of the money positioning. I'm surprised you didn't sell on the way down from the attempted bounce. Why did you hold on? A, their positioning is still there. B, I was doing something else. I love this place. Thanks, Cobra. Could this slip to 65? I don't think it will right now. Yes, over the course of the day it could. Booked 18% today. Made $5. It's been a wild ride this morning. I followed the bulls and I got wrecked by a geriatric zombie. VIX sure is getting pushed around. Yeah, bulls want their fucking calls. They bought a substantial number of them at 15. I don't think they're just gonna let that go. Still hard to lever up right here. Gamma moves positive just above 57, like 5702. Surprised we're struggling so much with 5700, 5705. No gaps this time, though. Has positioning changed up since the pickles pick right up? The write up you sounded pretty bearish, but so far this stream you sound quite bullish. Is that pretty bearish? The data came out and it was good. Services was expansionary. We bounced off of 57.30, 350 on ES. If we break above 57.55, it's bullish, right? It's literally the fucking bull signal, right? So we broke above the bull signal earlier. We're about to push up above it again, right? So bull signal. What was that? A lot of futures volume. I don't think I was that bearish. Things are more bearish under 5,700. But we're slightly above that right now. What's this? Yeah. That's right, Willie. Gamma neutral's dope. Nice PDD call, by the way. Did you short it? Oh, come on. Rescue your fucking position. Bulls really have like a win more approach to the market, right? They're like, "Oh, we're up. Let's keep buying shit." Right? But like if they're down just a little bit, they're like, "Oh no, I'm hurt. Somebody help me. I have a boo-boo." I bought a call. Will I regret this decision? Maybe. There's a very good chance you will. It's some 1018 150p. Nice. Yeah, it looked like a kind of a good short this morning. don't leave any fucking gaps and push the fucking GN. It's not that hard. Got positive gamma. Let's go. Now they're afraid to sell puts. You think after the rescue mission they close and we dump? I don't even know if they're gonna succeed in the rescue mission. This doesn't look great. Really struggling with like 5,700, 5,705, which they shouldn't be. Because those are actually like supportive levels. Sold calls at 5,700. Bought puts at 90, sold bought puts, or sorry, bought puts at 95, bought calls at 90. Oh, the failed breakout. Oh. Effective VIX over 20. Yes. Calls are overpriced, so there's a bit of encouragement to sell them. But some profit taking from the bears here. Downside under GN is, or DN is still open though. So support here is weak. It's really just the calls at 90. Are they trying to net off calls? They haven't. They are. I don't think they're gonna squeeze out the sold calls at 5,700. Well, a little bit of support. Bearish as fuck on the daily. That was a higher high though. Higher high, still a higher low. What are they selling? The 75 70s? That's under GM. That's a lower low. What do you want to hang out for the Tesla? Head and Shoulders on Carvana. Yes. Is no low. This is still just a downtrend. This option's not pricing down because bulls are still buying it. the NQ. ES 5755. That was the bounce on 3350. 5575. Okay. 90 bot calls. Hmm. These under gamma neutral, not as likely. No, that's not the case at all. Under DN, they are very, very much less likely. Under GN, they're just really violent. The issue here isn't gamma neutral, it's the giant pile of sold calls at 5,700. Which bulls keep trying to break through, but so far they've been failing. This might be a third setup. Might not. Spread's getting kind of wide. How about you short the fucking puts? That was close. Where's DN? Right there. They're still trying. Correlation on the 1 month is starting to turn back around. And the 3 a little bit. Carry leverage is moving up. And the forward yield on vol is falling slightly. We double bottomed on 57.33.50 here. Hmm. Yeah, overall this still looks really bad, but NQ's consolidating an awful lot. How's AMD doing? Oh, I do not want that to bounce off 162.50. The video's still up 3%. It's resistance at spot. So above 95, we can push the sold bot puts out of the money. Any bot calls coming in? No. Still negative like 2.5 billion gamma. But it moves up to positive pretty quick at 5,700. $5,700 to 5,705 moves up to 2.8 positive. 5710 is probably as high as it can get. It kind of starts to fall off. Hmm. Bulls are definitely going to do something here. They're still trying really hard, but it's kind of like a hamster in a wheel. They're not really getting anywhere. They need to get some positive gamma under spot, and the only way to do that is to get above 5,700. And then above 5,700, it's not like gamma ramps up really fast. So they would need to leverage it up pretty hard on the breakout in order to push the price to a point where they could pick up some decent positive gamma, which would be like 5,705, 5,710, and then above 5,710, gamma just falls back off again. So it's like a little hump that they can, a little hill they can get to the top of. Hamburger Hill. That's what this is for the Bulls. It's their Hamburger Hill. They've been trying to V it ever since Biden announced the Iranian oil airstrikes because all of the bulls rolled all their positioning up, which is why I went long in the first place. And then they immediately got fucking rugged by that announcement. And ever since then, they've been trying to get that positioning back. Gotta love just getting fucked by news. It's the best. NQ's starting to move, though, which is what the Bulls need. They needed to move a lot higher than fucking 19.9, though. There we go. There's a break at 20. I'm gonna be like, oh sweet, I got out of this shit at break even. If I do, and then it's gonna rip to like fucking 57.40. I got saved by that news. I overheld puts. Nice. Bulls get some positive gamma here. They can just push a little higher. They might actually pick up a decent amount of it. Still struggling getting VIX under 20. And Q still pushing 20,000. How's ES doing? 57.50. Okay, so ES is getting back above VWAP a little bit. It's not fucking updating. Bulls have built up slightly better support at 90. Mm. This is a saucy little gapper today. Yeah. Correlation's still coming down. It should be bullish for tech. I can't have both of these be true today. Too soon to cut. Oh, fuck me. Grim2 enters the chat. It stopped out on my CL contract. Should have widened that a bit. Yeah, whatever. Up, I guess. Big old candle down to the downside. Yeah, someone come in and short oil. Gap at 56.99. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? Ooh, shit. Possible Carvana up with ILA strike? Yeah. $30.25. VIX under 20. Cap fill. No. Hmm. 57.55. It's the upside test for ES. Alright, we're actually starting to get some positive gamma under spot now. A little bit. I don't like the downside gap, but there's bot calls at 10 and 15. Quite a bit of them coming in. So it looks like they're trying to go save the 10s and 15s they bought earlier. Is there a gap on ES from that dump earlier? No. Filled on the bounce. Or maybe there wasn't one. I can't go lower than that, can I? Oh, I can. No, there wasn't one. Quite gappy. So rip to 15, then rug. I don't know why they want to rip it to 15 and not try for 20. But possibly. I mean, the bullish like support they're building up is, well, it's supportive. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't try to leverage up against it if they got the chance. I'd move to like 57.10 would definitely give them a chance to stabilize and push higher. The SPX gets rugged like every day. It happens all the time. You just have to close your puts quick. Otherwise, you don't make any money out of it. Not a lot of volume on the rejection. Although that's only a test of what, 53.50? Yes, broke. Five. Volume's a bit low on the breakout, but it might pick up. Still buying the 10 and 15 call. What's the long-term trend? Okay, yesterday's close is 57.60.25, which is kind of what we rejected off of there. And then the long-term trend is going to be like 57.65. So much fucking resistance. Right, we're pushing to where gamma is more positive. Israel hit a Russian airbase in Syria. That could be interesting. Really? Set a stop. I already stopped out of half of them. Hmm. Gamma moves up to like 7.5 billion at 57.10. And then 20 would be 9.8. What a fucking nightmare. 57.12 and then dumping. That's actually not unreasonable. I do think things get quite a bit more bullish if we get above 57.10 though. Just really hard to do. I've sadly not sold either side of my straddle yet. Are you straddled at 57.10? Hmm. So the sold calls in the money, and then the next upside resistance after 10 is 25. I could just stay long. Maybe I should have stopped out at all. Waited all that fucking time. This is a very wide right shoulder on Carvana. It already tested the neckline. This is just recovering again. Please make me happy that I exited AMD. Eh, could be worse. Ooh, slightly higher high. Excellent. And the video's moving back up again. Oh shit, there's 10. Bulls are trying to take it back. If we break GN on the weekly, that's gonna be bullish as fuck, right? Stop saying bullish things. The people we already had downs. We went from 57.20 to 56.85. You got rewarded for overholding puts. I want to get rewarded for overholding calls. Give and take, all right? Do you think the low for the day is in? I still think the downside looks shitty. If we lose 57.05 again, we can pull back to DN. It's actually kind of risky. Well, I guess like 57.0250, but ooh. Mm. This support here. Maybe. If we slip GN again, that's not good. The ball's starting to turn up a little bit, so they need to short puts. Maybe they start shorting the 5,700 put. I guess they are a little bit, just not very much. They started closing the 15s. They took a little bit of profit on them. There's still a lot of them open though. There's like 770 of them. Bought like 942 at the 5710. So they closed like a couple hundred on the test. Not very many. Can I get out of jury duty because I'm a degenerate gambler? Maybe. Tell them you have Gamblers Anonymous meetings. Just say you're racist. That doesn't always work. Guess who's going to be updating those job numbers a bit? You? Ask if you can place a yes-no contract bet on the outcome of the court case. Just directly ask the judge if you'll be held in contempt for placing odds. I got the axe this morning after almost 9 years. Oh shit. Aren't you kind of like high up? Jury duty doesn't mean you'll get selected. Kind of depends on where you live. How's the severance package? Yeah. Are you gonna go work for OpenAI now? They pay like quadruple what everyone else does. Should YOLO the severance package into puts? No. Never saw the whole thing. Firm's finances were in a bad spot, apparently, even after closing a bunch of deals. That's lame. Sort of, they give you the old, well, either you don't take a salary or you gotta go thing. You need to talk to an accountant, CPA. There's several steps you have to take. Probably none of which you qualify for. Need to take the pullback to 702. Does this have more ups in it? Yeah, if bulls lever up here, they can start trying to push the upside. I think we can still pull back a little bit, though. Retest 702, then they sell the 9085 again. There's very little negative gamma there. Gamma at 5700 is positive now. There's got to be something slightly bullish about support at GN, right? I'm not sure if this is just a bounce on the back of the consolidation, though. Could be. I'm gonna push above 12. I mean, technically, it shouldn't be that hard to get from 57.10 to 20 or 30. Above 30 would be rough, but pick up a lot of delta above 25. Wow, 15 and 25, I guess. We still have AMG puts. I cut them on the bounce. But like the only thing outperforming in NQ, and if NQ was gonna go up, Nvidia was gonna go back up, or AMD was gonna go back up to 120 or 165. Nvidia to 125. So I couldn't have both. I couldn't go long SPX expecting NQ to rise and then also short Nvidia or short AMD. Also, the sympathy move with Nvidia is just too dangerous. I still have the put spreads on it, but those have some theta, so I'm significantly less worried about those than weeklies. Cobra didn't respond. Do I need to reach out to Bipolar Bear? What about downside? Oh, it's only relevant if we break under 5,700, I think. Well, 5,702, but not something to worry about here, at least not yet. Gamma does fall off to the downside if price starts falling, but it doesn't fall off a lot until we get down to just above 5,700, and we bounced off of GN like pretty decidedly, which should be bullish. If we get above monthly GN, which is at 57.14, that's definitely bullish. Because I got positive gamma on both chains. Right now we're still caught in between, right? So it's a struggle. And so by Pontiff, we're going over to Dork's yurt and eating his mayo glizzy pasta. I am not. I'll cook. Although I do wonder if they have any ingredients in Nevada. The test of DN this morning enough of a pullback to allow for moving up? No. My spirit healer said my frequencies are low. How do I vibrate faster? Just turn your Hitachi up. I'm torn between upside and downside probability. Yeah, no shit. Oh yeah, it's weekly GNs at 14. Yeah. Is your mayo glizzy pasta better than Doric's? Yes. You don't use feta? Ew. In Nevada, food comes in cans. We just eat lizards and crack. I remember when I lived there, the grocery stores were awful. They sold what I can only describe as American food. Hot dogs and ramen, yeah. But not like good hot dogs, not like beef hot dogs. Like the ones that are like part mechanically separated chicken. The tri-meat glizzies. It was just like pork, beef, and chicken. The meat foam. I dip a jar of Duke's mayo onto some overcooked fettuccine, cover it in a small container of craft grated Parmesan type food product, and serve. Why are you being so mean to me today, Baradactyl? They, they probably had pork rinds. Although those might be too ethnic. Do you like Bar Song by Shabuzi better than Queen Bee's Texas Hold'em? I've never heard either one, nor do I want to. Don't forget the cream of mushroom. What's that for? Are bulls closing calls? No, your puts are fucked. At least right now. Why is Upstart such a piece of shit? Is it? Why are you bullish on Upstart when it's at $38? It was $20 like 2 months ago. Not bullish. I want downs. Oh, I might not do that. Actually, yeah, give it some time. It's getting shorted. Some of the positioning is starting to bleed off. Maybe back to like 30. The Fed cut rates, man. Ha! He gave Dork a membership. Get wrecked. What have I done? You've emboldened him. I finally heard back from my broker after a technical problem prevented me from selling an option. I'm getting credited a much higher price than I requested. Pleasantly surprised. Nice. It's proof that Karens and boomers were right all along. Just complain loudly and vociferously enough and you'll get what you want. I own Oxy. If the Bulls could do more bullish things, that'd be great. 10 times more bull. So you're not bullish on Oxy? But what? I own the fucking stock. I've owned it for like 2 years. Why would I be not bullish on it? Do you think I'm in the habit of buying things I don't like? Play? What? God damn it, Brett. I don't know why people are hating on Oxy. Are they? Play Oh Dork. Why did you do it as 3 separate messages? Brett, that's like a quarter of your portfolio, man.
man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on SPY, fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. A whiskey and a glass were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong?
I'm not gonna miss out on this.
Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes.
I did put it on Spotify.
Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Now you're just a dork in the wind. Breakout failed. Never mind. Sahib, have you ever considered possibly compounded investment into like long hold mutual funds? These days of waiting on bulls and bears to do bullish and bearish things for hours is lame. It's the middle of the day. And the data's over, and Biden hasn't said anything bearish again. I'm just asking if you've considered it. The strategy is pretty easy. You just buy index funds every time you have money. I have, but I burned all my money on options. And you think... Okay. I got a fill on my SPX call on that pullback at the bid. Nice. I'm still buying 0DT, but if it makes you feel any better, I have calls and I'm not making any money. So no one's winning here. pushing up. Push it, push it. Let's go. MQ deserves to retest 2200. Right? Got NFP tomorrow. Gotta make sure that we pump the market ahead of the bad data, just in case it's really bad. That way we only drop like $5. That does make me feel better. Thanks, Kirk. No problem. Clay, in fact, Yuri. Jimmy Carter enthusiasts be like, look, he's still alive. The man's harder to tear down than a Habitat for Humanity. Red candle? Yes. Yes, it is. To shitload of support at 5705. Bill Clinton is younger than Trump. Bring back Bill. Let's have a 90s soft landing and boom. That'd be neat. Huh. So the bear flag failed. Finally. But it hasn't failed very much. $57.10 puts, won the money. Still buy calls at 10 and 15. Uh, 5702 is the last line of support. Ooh, I don't want to fill that gap. That gap's gross. Hmm. We have auctions at 1 o'clock, right? 4 and 8 week. Bear trap? No, but a low enough drop that we might get some capitulation on the bot puts. Oh, no, actually, do we have not have one at 1? What's at 1 o'clock? Oh, there is no action at 1 o'clock. Lamb. Fed balance sheet at 4:30. I don't give a shit about that. Hmm. Fucking slipped 57.55 again. Fucking choppy as hell. Bulls either save it here or they get fucked. Not a lot of wiggle room. Short VIX at 20. Gamma's negative at 5,700 again. So just barely positive right here. Uh, Alright, well, lame. If we fill the fucking gap and bounce, I'm gonna be pissed. There's really no support till we get down to 90. 95 support is shit. Gas is building for shippers as U.S. port strike continues and costs rise. Shocker. Selling the 90 85 put. Ooh, big oof. Squeeze the short puts a bit. Ow. 80? Might get a new low. About 5 shopping carts full of chicken, toilet paper, and hand sanitizer. Why? What did you need the hand sanitizer for? Could you have just bought soap? Are you gonna resell it? But it's actually, I can't argue that. I just had COVID. 85 test. An 80. Still has another $5 before we run into support. Like down here somewhere. Maybe not that far down. Interesting. Is DM not support? Kinda. It's really bad to fall under it. So in that sense, it's supportive. It's MQ back to 19.9. What the fuck? We're $17 below 5,700, and the 5,700 call is $5.15. Can still drop more. Test 75, technically. And 75 is like a little bit supportive. But this should keep falling to 80. $56.50 next week. We might get the test of 69 today. You said yourself a big bounce could happen too. 69's a important technical level. A bunch of puts sold there. But we bounced off 75 yesterday, so we may have gotten some of that bounce already. 56.69. I wish the fucking Nikkei would crash already. Are we out of V territory? So, yes, but any bounce that crosses delta neutral can then V. So we tested 80. A little bit of a bounce. Back above DN. Now the bulls try to squeeze out the put buyers. Maybe. Gonna need to get a lot higher than 90 though. Gamma moves positive at 5,700. Say a $20 bounce. How sell puts at 56.69? Like a spread? Big gap near 56.92. There's no gap in this downside move. I'm talking about here. No. There's a lot of sold puts at 70 and 65. Another leg down in the cards. I think bulls will try to push it back above DN here. They have support at 75. But 85 is kind of weak. I tried to sign up for Gamma Strike, but it asked for a beta number. Are you in the beta? I guess not. I feel like you'd know if you were. Big old support at 75. For IWM, I have no idea. Mm, 15's a pretty big support. Under 15, I don't think there's much till you get down to like 212, 210. Gamma neutral on the monthly, it's at 57.05. On the weekly, it's at 57.14. The upside of us. Delta neutral is at 85. It's like right here. Well, if there's a price for bulls to sell the fuck out of puts, it's at 75. Because if they don't, all of their short puts are going to start to squeeze. This is where they've been selling puts all day, so they're not in a great spot here. Seems like a good point to sell some idiot put spreads then. Could be. Risky because we're below DN, so we could keep falling. I don't know if I'd want to be a put seller under DN. I think if you wanted to sell spreads, the upside was the better place to do it. So like puts below DN is like buying 0 DTs at VIX 15. VIX 12. I'd like to forget that ever happened. No. Never forget. We are down more than 0.5. I kind of have a hard time believing bulls won't pump this because of all the positioning they left behind to the upside. I feel like they're gonna try to pump this before NFP. The question is, do they try to pump it tonight or do they try to pump it today? I don't have a bullish outlook for NFP. It's been in a consistent decline for like the last few months. With the exception of May, it's just been dropping since like Q1. Any heavy call selling around here? No. No, the closest sold calls to here are like 56.90. There's some bot puts here at 80. Bear, booga booga. Nice. Are bulls still increasing their risk? Are they selling puts here? Yes. Are we thinking big overnight moves or nah? I think that depends on how today plays out, or the rest of today plays out. Looks like a mini ramp is being built to the upside. There's just a ramp to the upside. Anyway. Hmm. Short squeeze reversal. Maybe if we get back above DN. Might not get as high a high though. I could see it failing at like 5,700. Uh-uh. $19,900. Back to 19,950. Oh, nothing's happening here. This is boring. They might work out. They're kind of just a gamble. See if bulls can sell enough puts. Hmm. Selling puts better than buying calls here, maybe. I mean, it's just dangerous because we're under. I mean, VIX is at 20 and we're under DN. I don't think selling puts is good here at all. Playing the reversal due to the high vol is definitely better in almost every way. Also, calls are oversold, so they're cheaper. Premiums are lower. Fed needs to raise rates again, or doesn't cut this year at all. How do you think the market will react? Yields at the top end of the curve will move up. And with the longshoreman strike, the idea of the Fed having to raise rates again isn't so far-fetched. Starting to kind of edge our way back above DN. 5,700 again would be cool. That'd be neat, yeah. Tough. It's a tough road. I guess if we can get above 95, maybe. There's bot puts at 5,700 now, though. It's gonna make getting anything higher than that really tough. Sorry, I'm just trading oil a little bit. We could get stuck here. More likely 95, 5,700. But we might fill the gap before moving up higher. That's not where that is. That's that. That's just resistance. Okay. Yeah, no, gamma turns more positive to the upside, but it doesn't go positive across the chain unless we break 95, 5,700. 5797? 50, 5697. There's bought puts at 95 and 5700, sold calls 95, 5700, 5705. There's some sold puts still out at 5705 as well. Not equivalent to the bot calls, but close. That's their last bullish position to rescue. If they're gonna try to rescue anything. They sold more puts, so I mean, if they can get some traction on the short puts, they should be able to push up at least to the test of 5700. I don't know if they'd be able to get 5705. That's probably kind of difficult. Any thoughts on Ricey? Um, Not recent ones. I don't think I've looked at it since like 2021. It's been making a decent recovery. Earnings look solid. Margins are kind of flattening out. It may not have a lot more room to the upside. Could be something to consider. Nice Cobra. I'd expect nothing less. When I don't try to make $1,000 on every option I purchase, things go better. Yeah, usually. Knock on the door at 95 again. Looks like we're gonna try. And cue another shoulder. $37. Another gap to fill to the downside. Probably waited for a safe entry. Earning out the unpredictable chop. I'm about my first bet on the last breakdown of 5,700. Nice. Good job, man. What's this? Huh. I've never been to a warp tour. Do you go to warp tours? Hmm. No, nothing's happening here. This is boring as fuck. Just a bunch of chop around DN. We're gonna have a really hard time going above 95 and a really hard time going below 75. Slightly higher high. Hmm. Almost. Looks like NQ caught itself. This support. Well, close to support. That kind of still looks like shit. That doesn't look too bad. That's okay. A little bit of a turnaround in momentum there. Maybe a little bit more momentum on this push. You so fake Gherk to stop messaging me about recruiter services on LinkedIn. You shouldn't have told him you lost your job. That wasn't you. No. Hmm. That's a descending head and shoulders. Anything fun happen? No, not really. I got COVID. That sucked. No, I didn't get the long form version. Just regular COVID. Oh yeah, I got poisoned. Forgot about that. Yeah, it went away. Weird. Hmm. No, no one's selling calls. Out of the many puts being sold, not a lot of them, but some. I mean, they sold a bunch when we tapped 82. Not too many being sold here. Most of the ones being sold are being sold south of 75. As we get closer to the end of the day, they might start selling them more aggressively, like closer to spot. Mm. S&P and Dow are performing terribly today, right? But NQ is still overperforming, and it should be because yields in the middle of the curve are moving up pretty strongly still, and dollar's almost at 102. So I mean, like, yeah, things are down and risk premiums elevated because of the, well, oil's up almost 5%, right? But like, this is all bullish for tech. It's just everything else is keeping it suppressed. I mean, RSP is down like 60 points today. People wringing their hands. Yeah, a little bit. Win test 56.95. I don't know. We're trying. NQ back above VWAP. Fine. Rescue mission still a thing? If so, what calls? 5705 short puts, not calls. The only bot calls on the chain are at like 5685 and 5670. There's really not a lot of bot shit anywhere else. There's some bot puts at 90, which is 95, which is keeping us from going up, but they're trimming back. They're taking profits. It's not bullish consolidation, but it's consolidation. I mean, we have a reversal, sort of. It's just half-assed. That's not a very good reversal. I guess let's be clear on that. But we do have NFP in the morning, and so there's a very good reason for bulls to try to mean revert today's price action. If they can. I mean, I don't know. It depends on the NFP data tomorrow. Labor data is notoriously hard to predict. Generally, it forms like long-term trends, but each individual print, who the fuck knows? BLS basically just makes shit up. So what I've been talking about that I'm kind of like concerned with, right, is this test. And like we almost got it yesterday, but we didn't quite, right? And then same thing today, like almost but didn't quite hit it. I mean, I would say the biggest problem is we're not seeing a lot of buyers here. Well, or maybe that's the good thing, is that we're not seeing a lot of buyers here, and so the chances of failing are increasing, right? We're not getting like back to the all-time high. But this was the prior monthly high, right? So, any bulls or, well, wannabe bulls that missed out on this bounce, they'll want to buy that dip, ideally, or at least somewhere in here, um, and then ride this out to new all-time highs. But yesterday we got like a little bounce off of it, sort of. Today we sort of got a little bounce. Well, maybe we'll get a little bounce off of it. Neither of these have been very strong or high volume, so it's kind of indicating that there's not a lot of dip buyers there. And then if this fails, it's got potentially a very long way to go down. So we'll see. And there's a lot of resistance between here and that low, but not that much. But if it does catch a buy, right? Like say NFP is soft tomorrow, nothing really indicative, then it might like bounce back and consolidate in here before failing later. And that's why this test is so important. I mean, also, you know, it's below DN. There's a lot of other factors positionally, but I mean, just from a technical perspective, it's kind of relevant. So we'll see how it pans out. I would like to get an actual fucking test of it though, which we have not gotten. My sister has not been able to find a marketing job for 9 months. Finally got one, and she has, let's say, not the sharpest tack. I predict good jobs data. Nice. Just lather your bias all over it. I didn't even get traction on the day. I have no idea, man. I don't watch that fucking index at all. It's for poor people. 215 support. The only levels that matter on IWM are 210, 215, and 220. If inflation and is going back up and labor and wages are strong, then Russell will suffer because yields will go up. Financial conditions will tighten and their debt burdens will become worse. Thanks. Poors love you. Fucking Russell 2K. Sometimes it's awesome. The rest of the time it's just kind of like overpriced SPX. Safe-ish for long-dated puts. No. Long-dated puts are almost never safe, and they're definitely not a good buy when VIX is at fucking 20. This is a very, very rare occurrence where, you know, like 3 month VIX is below 16. And then, yes, there's some advantage to buying longer dated puts. Outside of that, they're the worst. Especially for you guys. Got it? What's the worst? Question mark. Long dated puts, popcorn? But only when Vol's overpriced, which it surely isn't on Carvana, right? It's not like everybody on the planet wants to buy puts on that stock. I've made most of my money on long dated puts. And how much is that? Did you buy them when VIX was at 20? Or did you ghost me and buy them when VIX 3 month was at 14? Several dollars. This is the problem I don't know how to solve with the pickle jar. You guys develop instantaneous biases to any position that makes you money, but you made money on the position ghosting me. So it's. And then I'm not getting the position, but you're like, I'm going to get that position again. And then you get fucked, but somehow that's my fault. What do I not have to babysit? US Treasuries. It's called a fucking cult mentality. My bias is only towards you. My problem is I'm on Oxy and I'm not ghosting you. Wait, I have Oxy. Are you sure? Yeah. You guys just independently bought Oxy? You know it was a pickles pick, right? Never mind. No. Yeah, like 2 years ago. You're just ghosting Buffett. No? I mean, yes, but no. Can't ghost Buffett. I don't have that kind of money. If you hadn't have ghosted Roy and Kitty to start with, none of us would be here. That's actually true. Why did I do that? It was worth it, but somehow not. Two weeks is not a long dated put. You want to know how you know if someone ghosted Oxy? Ask them if it's an oil play. I mean, it is partially an oil play. You should ask them why Buffett bought it, because it has nothing to do with oil. Define long dated put 90 days to expiry or more. I can and will not be held accountable for my own actions. Does anybody know the conversion rate for paper account cash to real cash? Yeah, paper 1 to real 0. I mean, Oxy is the only thing he can buy. It's definitely wouldn't have been his first choice, right? If he could buy the entirety of an oil company, it wouldn't have been Oxy. But he can buy Oxy, and so he shall. Can we just test 95 and be done with it? The day is young ish. He's not gonna buy TVN. I can't wait to ride DVN back up to $50 and then sell in the money calls. Isn't it your favorite thing when one person makes a joke and then everyone makes a slightly tangential joke regarding the same subject? It's like this whole chat is just Don Duck bot clones sometimes. It happens a lot, yeah. I think we just get burned out watching candles all day. And everyone's like, ooh, topic, and they jump on it. Are you a house husband? No, I'm a trader. I want to be a house husband. I need to find a rich girl with property. Property and huge assets. My wife is getting her IED out. Wait, didn't you just have a child? That didn't last for long. Stop having fucking children. You almost made a Monty Python joke there. I stopped myself. I wonder if the Bulls could do it. Can they pump the ever-loving fuck out of this into the end of the day? It's not going to be easy. But I would like to see them try. Is that even a real price? Ooh. Yeah, just short VIX back to 1650. Easy. Right? 95 is a fucking brick wall. The bot puts are gone, but there's still bot puts at 5700. There's some bull sitting here with the rest of us who's selling 5705 puts. There's also another one selling puts at 5715. That guy's a T-Gen. A lot of them, too. It's not a small amount of them. suck balls. It's actually kind of dangerous. Just fell back into the short puts. I just found out my day job company is being bought out by a private equity firm. Ooh, you should get stock. That way, when they start issuing debt to buy back shares, you can benefit. It's only insider trading if you do it after the buyback's announced. Hmm. So many gaps everywhere. Yeah, things are a little illiquid. Those got filled. I have an hour and a half. You ready to be angry with me? Probably. I'm about to say something extremely controversial. J&K double top. Hmm, bullish. What happens above 57.11? Short call squeeze. Deficit spending isn't real. And Q looks weak. A higher low off that, but it's still shitty. We're getting short vol pulling back. No, not much. Just hard to move up here. $12.30 dump, 35 points. Yeah. Yeah, we lost gamma neutral again. And then subsequently delta neutral. You gonna hold those calls overnight? No. They're just out of the money YOLOs. This doesn't look good. It doesn't really look like much. It's a lot of chop. 95 is still resistance. I'm not sure that there's much room to move above 95, but that could change. They're selling more puts at 85 now, which is neat. I don't know where you get 5750 from. Not that I would complain, but it seems extremely unlikely. I just wanted a goddamn 95 test, and now I don't know what I want. We got a 95 test. Well, 9487. Core still looks like shit. The carry trade's getting levered up hard as fuck. Yen's almost back to 147. Why can't Kathy Woods just buy more NVIDIA again? Hmm. There's no fucking volume anywhere. Hmm. AMD 162.50. What do? I bought debit spreads with theta. That's an option. Let's just keep trading sideways for the rest of the year. It's becoming more and more commonplace, unfortunately. Hmm. Stuck. Just like yesterday. Yeah, except on the other side. Imagine SDX VIX flat for a decade. Lost decade. Sounds amazing for selling options. Just wake up every morning, sell a short strangle, and go back to bed. Yes, please. Holy fuck, this is boring. Ooh. NQ's kind of getting a little bit of ground on 19,950. I'm just kidding. That's fucking completely irrelevant. It's been doing that for like an hour. They're selling more puts at 80, 85. Starting to get more puts sold at 90 too. Just pushing the gamma at spot more positive. Interesting. I'm done putting up with this. I'm calling it quits. Nice, Nuke. Excellent puns. What are you gonna be for Halloween? Nothing? I don't usually do Halloween things. You made me sad. I'm sorry. An adult. Dresses Mudang and bite girls? That sounds weird. I'm not gonna do that. Hmm. I mean, Bulls do want to retest 56.69 and rip to Valhalla. Well, I mean, or just 75. Are we going up or down here? Neither. I can't believe I just watched this trade sideways for 2 hours. Hour and a half. But yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Power hour in 100 seconds. This is so fucking boring. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside. Retest gamma neutral or delta neutral. Uh-oh. Dave, were you selling puts again? Bull still am. Excellent. Omega V? I don't know about that. Oh. Hmm. Calls have been cheap for the last hour and a half. Oh, TOS just went down. That's neat. Hmm. Fun. I averaged down my 56.65 pits. Am I regarded? Maybe. Yeah. I don't think we closed below 56.80. We probably also won't close above 56.95. It's fucking kind of both ways. I touched my line. Now it can rip. It's not going anywhere. How fucking boring. Everybody went home already. Yeah. Yeah, this is fucking over. At what point do the Bears throw in the towel? I don't know if they do. I mean, they don't need to do anything. They just sit here. They fucking charms more than sufficient, right? Hmm. Where does charm flip? It would get more positive above 5705. Here, I think the effect's kind of negative. That's like a little bit negative. There's 45 minutes. I think they're buying back sold puts below us. No, not really. Way, maybe like way out of the money. Some closed like 56.15, 56.25. But more than likely, just they got stopped out. Then they're like actively being traded. What a powerful hour. I mean, we dropped fucking like $7. There's no volume anywhere. So everything's dead today. If NFP is bullish, could they pump this over 57.25? So you need a bit more context there. What's bullish for NFP? Like if labor is strong, right, then they've got to price in. They've got to price in more inflation, right? So yield curve's gonna go up. Conditions are gonna get tighter, and bonds are gonna crash even further, right? If it's down, then they've got to price in more rate cuts. So I mean, like in one of those scenarios, tech benefits, the other, small mid caps. Can we even retest 95? I don't know. Maybe. That one doesn't seem that far out of reach. I want them to just short the fuck out of vol here and squeeze this bitch. But there doesn't appear to be anybody else at the party. There's just still that one dipshit selling 5705 puts. He's added to them. Todd bot, yeah. I mean, that's the problem, is there hasn't been enough momentum on any of the upside moves to stop call sellers from just selling more calls, right? If we went up with momentum, they might get scared and not sell calls into rising prices. But that's not happening. And so, I mean, here we're just getting crushed under the weight of all of those out of the money sold calls. They're all decaying to zero, right? Like in a situation like this, it's really like either something breaks and they pump the ever loving fuck out of it and squeeze everything on the chain out, or we just close here. There's nothing else that can really happen. Like there's no like slow grind up. Charm would just crush it, and then they would sell more calls. There's really no downside because there's an equivalent number of puts sold as there are calls bought. I would say that there's maybe a little bit more range to the downside than there is to the upside, like without momentum piling. But it's the same thing, right? If we drop slow, they're just gonna sell puts. So it's like all of that selling just converges like on the price action throughout the day, right? So they're selling, and then they're selling, 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 selling a bunch, right? And then it bounces, and then they sell a bunch up here, and then it dips, right? And so you end up with the price is just super compressed, and the only way out is it squeezes one way or the other, or it just closes flat, right? I mean, because there's no like small move that can move out of this range effectively. Someone can call that consolidation. It's not really. They're just selling outside of where spot is, wherever spot is. They're just selling outside of that range. I mean, none of this looks like fucking consolidation. This is just chop, right? Really broad chop. Rip over 5,700? I mean, it's possible. Gamma picks up really fast, but they've got to push up price faster than call sellers come in and crush it back down again. Which worked out for them really well back here, right? When they actually tried to get a reversal. If zero DTs weren't a thing, this wouldn't be as easy. No, it wouldn't be. I mean, this is basically what happens every day on SPX, right? Is you just get, shorts, more and more short strangles. Trend days are so rare now, where you have like a consistent trend. We end up with far more days where we just like squeeze off some calls, squeeze off some puts, squeeze off some calls, and then we just like volume diminishes and we just stop squeezing anything, and then we open the next day and we do it again. What's their thesis? Sell short strangles, get a yield. I don't know anybody. I mean, truly bullish. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like just super fucking bullish on everything. They think AI is going to replace all the jobs and corporations are never going to have labor costs again. So many people are like, "This is a bull rally. We're already up 25%." It's true. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Is anything happening in like other markets? The fucking dollar's ripping. Correlation's starting to turn around a little bit. I don't know if it's turning around fast enough for NQ to break up before the end of the day. Oil's now up 530 basis points. And the forward yield on volatility is almost positive. Also, the yield curve has given back all of its uninversion since September 6th. What a great market. 10 years barely above the 2 right now. The spread's only 0.1. 0.14, but still. Gold is a whisper away from all-time high. Yeah, the gold up, dollar up shit is weird. The gold's up. I mean, you're definitely getting more speculators on gold now, but gold was up initially because central banks had to hedge currency risk because they were overexposed to the dollar, right? Now it's kind of just running away with itself, like 27, 28, 29, 3,000. Who knows where it'll stop? TLT took a shit since JPOW cut rates. It's gonna be hysterical when fucking the 30 and 15-year mortgage rates are coming in higher than they were before the rate cut. Any ILA strike progress? I don't know. Biden said they were making headway. I don't know if that actually means they are. Sounds like bullshit. Carry trade is almost getting too high to make fucking shorting Nikkei worthwhile. Hmm. Which candles? These like random spikes in vol. So the rate cutting cycle in Japan ended, right? I mean, the prime minister really has no say over whether they do rate cuts or not, right? The central bank's still independent, but he has a lot of political influence over it. And it's surprising too because he ran on a platform of being, hawkish and improving the strength of the yen and bolstering like domestic investment, right? But now he's like, we don't want to do more rate cuts. Or rate hikes, rather. Rate hiking cycle. Same like US cut. IBKR is allowing forecast contracts for politicians. How long until we gamma ramp some no-name politician to a win via market mechanics? We're not gonna do it. We haven't had a war as a services economy. It's like a service based economy, right? We were moving into a service based economy back in, like, not a real war. I'm not talking about like fucking us invading Afghanistan and shit, right? Like those are like just proxy wars used to continually churn the arms manufacturing industry, really. Um, yeah, military complex. Also, the logistics and shipping and everything, even outside of military directly. But I mean, they're just a way to recycle government spending, right? But like World War II was bullish because it put everyone to work, but everyone's already working right now, right? Like unemployment's already really low. So like the only like historical one you really have to look at is like World War II coming out of the Great Depression, and we were coming out of the Great Depression, so like anything looked good, right? And we don't manufacture anything, so it's like we have to spin up all that manufacturing first, and that's going to cost enormous sums of money. And then we've got to have an enemy that we can beat and force them to pay the debt that we generate, right? So it's quite difficult. The initial reaction might be bullish just because people expect it to be, but I'm not really sure over time it would be. How make more debt when debt already at max? You just keep making debt. You can issue war bonds. We just need to take wars out of the physical realm so they can print infinite profit, right? We need cyber warfare, and we need it to be like a real battleground. COD for real. Separate internet just for warfare. Yeah. So war as a service, exactly. Which we've been trying to accomplish. But we still have a military, which is very costly. The metaverse? Maybe. Zach this whole time just building out a giant foreground. That's what his bunker's for. The only way to win was not to play. Hmm. It's our next big day. So we have NFP tomorrow. If NFP comes in at the consensus, dollar's gonna move up even more. The recession's just gonna be an options volume. Yeah, FOMC minutes next Wednesday. Used car prices. CPI on Thursday, PPI on Friday. Nobody actually give a flying fuck about inflation anymore. We fixed it, right? The Fed won. I can't wait for seasonal revisions to hit at the exact same time the ILA strike hits. And then we could repeat 2022. The softest landing is no landing. It's just never taking off. Can't crash if you're still on the ground. Or if you're in orbit. Why not declare victory? I don't know, ask Barkin. $57 counterparties take $341.24 billion. How much did that drop after end of month? Not that much, actually. Like 120 billion. Repo should not be going down right now. Barkin said we cut back on spending and force companies to drop prices. You sound like you're joking, but we did fix inflation. Who? We didn't. We just seasonally adjusted it away. Inflation isn't fixed at all. How do we get deflation? Stop printing money. Or just print money at the long end of the curve. Fixed it as in we fixed it in place so that we could just have high inflation forever. I mean, once the next round of seasonal adjustments roll back the changes from the spring, inflation's just going to go back up again because we're not going to be counting all of that towards productivity, right? Productivity's not actually doing anything because GDP is staying stagnant. Do people not realize inflation hasn't gone down at all? No, they don't. Well, I mean, if you look at the data, it doesn't look like it has, right? Like if you just read the inflation print. You could be like, ooh. But the index itself has only gone up. I mean, I think the thing here is that if inflation were to actually break down, it would be catastrophic, right? Because it would mean that some significantly important aspect of our economy has just completely shit the bed. So the only way it actually goes down is if unemployment skyrockets, the housing market crashes, or we can't print any more debt. Or we're well on track to becoming Japan already. War probably wouldn't bring inflation down initially. I mean, first of all, massive supply chain issues, right? So you're going to get supply shock right off the bat. Houses are also built to last for like 20 years in Japan. What if unemployment goes up, but inflation does not go down? Stagflation. I just did. Chances for a big move in the last 15 minutes now. Yeah, probably not. We haven't even been able to break back above fucking 56.90. I don't think we're going to break 95, which is a far more significant resistance. Where's AMD going? I don't know. It's just stuck at support. Yeah, it still is. 65 is the sold call wall, right? And then 6250 is bought calls, and then below that, there's just nothing. There's some puts down at 157.50. So it's just stagnating. Really not doing anything interesting. I have like 3 weeks on it. So, or well, like 2 weeks now. Unhedged calls or puts into close. Flip a coin, go. Oh, I don't know. Mm. If we get above 92, bulls have a tiny edge. Oops. How much theta is too much theta for straddling tomorrow's data? Ew. I hate that sentence. I don't know, you're probably just playing like the intraday move. Straddles are really expensive tonight. Strangles might be more worthwhile. But you'll need a big move, and the positioning in the current range doesn't really offer much of one to the upside. Eh. It's depending. Maybe. I don't know if I'll straddle or strangle tonight. Why is Fixie back down? Because the dollar is going up. Did the market just forget about the carry trade? No. We're leveraging the fuck up out of it right now. Oh, hey. Look at that. Ooh, they're trying. They are trying. Interesting. You're gonna need to try a lot harder than that. But they did get gamma slightly positive for like one tick. Why Big Bear tomorrow? I think you're right. You're considering not straddling NFP. That's correct. I might do something else, but I might not straddle it. Maybe I'll just get like some futures contracts, like just put in a buy and a sell out of the money and see which way it fucking goes. Look at the fucking price of a like 1 DTE at the money straddle right now. And where are we gonna go tomorrow? Right? Like that's fucking. There's not like extra range. 5650 to 5730. It's not great. And we could just get stuck at 5700 again. At the money straddle is fucking 5650 right now. Fuck that. The strangle's not much better. 10 wide, $51. I think the MM is just gonna crush realized vol into the end of the week and fuck everybody over. Ooh, maybe I'll short strangle tomorrow. Hmm. That could be fun. But like in a way where I don't blow up an account. Mm. Condor? Should do like 50, 25. That's not even bad. I can make 63% on max risk with a 1 standard deviation wide condor for tomorrow. Six up, 9 down. Oh, that is fucking tempting. Yeah, they're trying, but they've only got 5 minutes left. Probably move up overnight once the short calls fall off. Man, someone is still really selling the 5705. Yeah, maybe if you tried this 2 fucking hours ago instead of now with 4 minutes till the end of the day. Hmm. Okay, 63% on risk for 650, 625, 750, 775 condors. That's insane. Max loss is 15. 60% chance of profit. Hmm. Show on screen. The fuck is it? That's Epic Pen. This? Not bad. As long as tomorrow closes between 640 and 5760. Not even one candle left. This close is just plain rude. Don't worry, the MM's not having any of that. We're gonna fucking hedge that shit now. With fucking 20 seconds left. Looks like that put seller wins. I mean, he might have gotten out of them. Who the fuck knows? Good luck closing those, though, right? Sell off after close? No, probably just sit here, right? NFPs in the morning. There's no reason for price to move much. Might drift up and test like back at 55, but I don't really think there's any reason for us to move very much in the overnight. There's not too much data overnight either. I think we have about like a 3-month auction from Japan, and then we have some like PMIs in the morning. EU, Germany, construction PMI. Nobody gives a shit about that. So yeah, basically nothing until non-farm payrolls. I guess the yen 3-month auction could have some impact, but I doubt it'll be very much. Jesus, we still closed below 5,700. Kenny stole all the money. That was fun. No, it wasn't. Don't lie. All right. Well, that was a whole lot of work to close flat on the day. We did not get the market makers expected downside move of 56.60, but we did get mine at 56.85. Multiple rejections off of Gamma Max, both at the monthly and then again, or at the weekly and then the monthly. But support at Delta Neutral, which is, we've had support at that level pretty consistently throughout the week anyway. And then Delta Neutral just moved to that level last night. It was lower previously. I mean, tomorrow doesn't seem particularly well set up to move hard in either direction, but options are extraordinarily overpriced. I mean, to the upside on ES, we still have the long-term trend as resistance. We've got kind of this big range below us that we could drop down to on any rejection. I would say that the downside is still slightly favored. I just don't know if the data will support that. Commodities up today, almost entirely on the back of oil. I mean, agricultural did okay. Copper came down. Gold and silver up a little bit, but oil's up like 5%. So mostly just oil. Dollar also up with oil. And yields at the top end and the mid of the curve moving up pretty rapidly. And the yield curve re-inverting, getting pretty close to it. It's given up most of the uninversion since the beginning of September. Correlation kind of started to turn around a little bit toward the end of the day. We got a tiny pump off of that, but not much. And overall, the trend is, the correlation is moving higher and dispersion is continuing to break down. The carry trade, however, is getting levered up really, really hard at the top end. Almost 6.9, getting very close to 7x. Just a few days ago, we were at 6.22. So fairly significant change. But as that gets levered up, that forward demand for vol is going to rise, right, as the yield curve inverts. And we can get backwardation in the VIX, which is, what caused the last two corrections, right? We get too much demand on vol and it squeezes the short vol out. Very, very close to that today. Forward yield on vol ending at negative 3.18. Just a couple of days ago, we were at like negative 17%. So that's a pretty significant move. And the yield curve reinverting reinforces that. Um, Correlation bond vol probably up a little bit. We had some big moves today. Skew moving back to the upside again. Yesterday's close. I'm not sure. That's probably going to stay flat through today. I don't think we saw too much tail risk hedging picked up. Not a lot of put buying today. Mostly just a lot of option selling. 64.34% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. Still seeing correlation like the between VIX and cash VIX or VX and cash VIX break down on the daily, and I believe it's still moving higher on the weekly. Yeah, it's about the same as yesterday on the weekly. But as those are becoming uncorrelated, we're seeing volatility rise, right? So that's because the yield curve's now uninverted, but re-inverting, right? So keep an eye on that, but it does look like if this, continues to become less and less correlated, we're going to see maybe another sharp spike in volatility. Fed fund futures now pricing in 0.43 rate cuts for January, so that's continuing to decline from just over 2 rate cuts by Jan a couple days ago to now starting to move closer towards one cut. Obviously not at the halfway mark yet, but pretty continuously moving down. This is probably what we should be talking about also. We've still not tested the 56.69 level. I don't really know if there's any buyers there. There might be. But we're not getting really strong bounces off of these lows, right? I mean, there's been no 56.75 to 57.50 kind of bounces. The upside on SPX above 57.25 is heavily sold. And it doesn't appear that any data is going to be coming in that's going to squeeze those positions off, which means, we're probably going to continue to stagnate here unless we lose a major level in vol spikes. So that's, I guess, kind of what we're waiting on. We'll see how it goes. But, yeah, 56.69, a very important level to the downside, and we have yet to test it despite coming really, really close 3 times this week. If we do get a bounce back to above 56.30, I would say that we probably consolidate out, maybe get a new all-time high, and then we might get another breakdown like a week and a half out. Axiom is 55. Yep, it's running back up. I mean, oil's going nuts, so it's bound to get a little bit of that. The orange line has been your prediction all along. Yeah, that's like the market maker's expected move is the green and red, and then mine's the orange one. God, what? Picky eaters give me the ick. Okay. He didn't know. Oh. I told everyone that. Didn't I write it one time? I don't know. Maybe I did. You're a god? Alright. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning after the data. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.